expert panels and consultants also had a chance of campus touring by visiting facilities around Palembang campus, such as library, classrooms, and laboratories. On 27th of September 2022, the expert panels and consultants visited the main campus of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Palembang to have thorough discussion sessions with the teaching staffs of Language Education Cluster. On the same day, the expert panels and consultants also had discussion sessions with students, graduates, and representatives of labor market. On 28th of September 2022, the expert panels and consultants gave their meaningful feedback to the university. This site visit was enlivened by a joint official dinner attended by expert panels and consultants, top management of the university and faculty, teaching staffs, students, and committee. Site visit of International Accreditation Agency for Quality Assurance or AQAS to Language Education Cluster, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University was held from 26 to 28 September 2022 in Palembang. Upon the arrival of expert panels and consultants of AQAS, Elsa Cleve, Didi Suherdi, Punariadi, Maria Magdalena Manai, Ngoklan Vili, and Ronnie Hines were welcomed by the top management of the faculty and committee in Sultan Mahmud Badarudin II, the international airport of Palembang. On 26th of September 2022, the expert panels and consultants had an opportunity to have discussion with the top management of the university and faculty. The expert panels and consultants also had a chance of campus touring by visiting facilities around Palembang campus, such as library, classrooms, and laboratories. On 27th of September 2022, the expert panels and consultants visited the main campus of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Palembang to have thorough discussion sessions with the teaching staffs of Language Education Cluster. On the same day, the expert panels and consultants also had discussion sessions with students, graduates, and representatives of labor market. On 28th of September 2022, the expert panels and consultants gave their meaningful feedback to the university. This site visit was enlivened by a joint official dinner attended by expert panels and consultants, top management of the university and faculty, teaching staffs, students, and committee.
Merupakan salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya. Universitas Sriwijaya saat ini sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Fakultas ini berdiri pada 1 Oktober 1958 dengan didirikannya kursus Bahasa Inggris B1 Negeri Palembang. Lalu pada 7 Juli 1960 terbentuklah panitia pendirian FKIP swasta Palembang yang diketuai oleh R.A. Rani. Pada 13 Juni 1961 FKIP kemudian dinegerikan oleh Menteri Perguruan Tinggi dan Ilmu Pendidikan dan digabungkan ke Universitas Sriwijaya. 3 jurusan yang pertama adalah jurusan Bahasa Inggris, jurusan Bahasa Indonesia, dan jurusan Ekonomi dan Hukum. FKIP Unsri memiliki 4 kampus. Kampus induk yang merupakan pusat administrasi terdapat di Indralaya, sementara 3 kampus lain yaitu kampus Pasca Sarjana, kampus Ogan, dan kampus Kilometer 5 terdapat di Kota Palembang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Fakultas Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Sriwijaya. FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya adalah salah satu dari 10 fakultas yang ada di Universitas Sriwijaya yang memiliki lebih dari 6.000 orang mahasiswa tersebar pada 22 program studi, yaitu 15 program studi sarjana, 1 program studi pendidikan profesi guru, 5 program studi magister, dan 1 program studi doktor. Visi FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya menjadi fakultas terkemuka dan berbasis riset yang unggul dalam bidang keguruan dan pendidikan di berbagai bidang ilmu. Program-program studi di fakultas.
Hello, welcome to Master's Program in Language Education at Faculty of Vegetarian Education, Sriwijaya University.
Masters in Language Education is one of study programs at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Sriwijaya University, a state university in South Sumatra, Indonesia.
Vision: becoming a master program in language education that excels in language education and literature education and research at the international level. Mission: first, organizing an effective education to prepare the graduates who have the expertise in education and educational research within the field of language and literature at the international level. Second, conducting innovative research to develop scientific knowledge in the field of language and literature education at the international level. Third, conducting community services by applying the results of research in the field of language and literature education to realize the welfare and development of the community. Fourth, implementing a credible, accountable, and transparent system in conducting education and research on language and literature education. And the last, conducting cooperation with national and international institutions in the fields of education, research, and community service. Lecturers: Masters in Language Education program has qualified lecturers in their fields. The lecturers of Masters in English Education program are Professor Safendi, MA PhD, Sony Mirizon, MA EDD, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, Dr. Margareta Dinar Sitinja, MA, Arian Shah, MA PhD, Magdalena Vianti, MPD, MED, EDD, Sari Silviani, MPD, MA PhD, Amrullah, MED, PhD, Dimroh Ihsan, MA PhD, Suzaimah Dedim, MLS, EDD. The lecturers of Masters in Indonesian Education program are Professor Dr. Mulyadi Eko Purnomo, MPD, Professor Dr. Nurhayati, MPD, Sri Indrawati, MPD, PhD, Dr. Zahra Alwi, MPD, Ernalida M. Hum, PhD, Dr. Izzah, MPD, Dr. Didi Suhendi, M. Hum, Dr. Agus Saripudin, MED, Dr. Santi Oktarina, MPD, Dr. Latifah Ratnawati, M. Hum. Program Educational Objectives. Master Program in Language Education produces Masters in Language Education to work as educators and researchers in the field of language education. The program educational objectives are: first, language educator. Graduates of Master Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to solve problems in the field of language education through an inter- or multidisciplinary approach. Second, researchers in the field of language education. Graduates of the Master Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to manage scientific research based on scientific studies. Courses in Masters of Language Education study program consist of 1 university course, 2 faculty courses, 8 language courses, and 6 elective courses. Masters in Language Education always strives to improve its quality and quantity of research, which has been disseminated in conferences across Indonesia and overseas. A big number of research findings have been published in various journals accredited in Scopus, Web of Science, Sinta 1 and Sinta 2, and Google Scholar. Masters in Language Education is also active in having national and international collaborations with various universities and institutions to improve its quality. Many kinds of facilities are available for students to support both academic and non-academic activities. Students of Masters in Language Education have been chosen as awardees of some international programs such as International Students Ambassador in 2016 in Queensland, Australia, Indonesia-Australia Youth Exchange Program in 2017 and 2019 in Australia, and International Credit Transfer Scholarship in 2020 in Philippine Normal University.
Hi everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Mariedi. I'm a student of Magister programs of English Education Study Programs in University 2019. I was a student actually in Palembang, then I decided to continue my study here in these programs. Why? Because several reasons I consider. The first one is because this study program is very well known with the great curriculums and also great achievements, great programs, greatest lecturers, and also many more. Therefore, I decided to continue here because only here I'm not only
I decided to continue my study here because I think UNSRI is one of the reputable universities in Indonesia. All the lecturers also have good quality in teaching, and the recent curriculum is set is so effective, so the students can finish their study within 1.5 years. So it's a good thing.
Come and join us. Be part of Masters in Language Education program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Hello, welcome to Master's Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Masters in Language Education is one of study programs at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Sriwijaya University, a state university in South Sumatra, Indonesia. Vision: becoming a master program in language education that excels in language education and literature education and research at the international level. Mission: first, organizing an effective education to prepare the graduates who have the expertise in education and educational research within the field of language and literature at the international level. Second, conducting innovative research to develop scientific knowledge in the field of language and literature education at the international level. Third, conducting community services by applying the results of research in the field of language and literature education to realize the welfare and development of the community. Fourth, implementing a credible, accountable, and transparent system in conducting education and research on language and literature education. And the last, conducting cooperation with national and international institutions in the fields of education, research, and community service. Lecturers: Masters in Language Education program has qualified lecturers in their field. The lecturers of Masters in English Education program are Professor Safani, MA PhD, Soni Mirizan, MA EDD, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, Dr. Margareta Dinar Sitinja, MA, Arian Shah, MA PhD, Magdalena Vianti, MPD, MED, EDD, Sari Silviani, MPD, MA, PhD, Amrullah, MED, PhD, Dimroh Ihsan, MA, PhD, Suzaimah Dedim, MLS, EDD, The lecturers of Masters in Indonesian Education Program are Profesor Dr. Mulyadi Eko Purnomo, MPD, Profesor Dr. Nurhayati, MPD, Sri Indrawati, MPD, PhD, Dr. Zahra Ali, MPD, Ermaida Hum, PhD, Dr. Izzah, MPD, Dr. Didi Suhandi, Hum, Dr. Agus Saripudin, MED, Dr. Santi Oktarina, MPD, Dr. Latifah Ratnawati, Hum. Program Educational Objectives. Master Program in Language Education produces masters in language education to work as educators and researchers in the field of language education. The program educational objectives are: first, language educator. Graduates of Master Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to solve problems in the field of language education through an inter- or multidisciplinary approach. Second, researchers in the field of language education. Graduates of the Master Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to manage scientific research based on scientific studies. Courses in Masters of Language Education study program consist of 1 university course, 2 faculty courses, 8 language courses, and 6 elective courses. Masters in Language Education always strives to improve its quality and quantity of research, which has been disseminated in conferences across Indonesia and overseas. A big number of research findings have been published in various journals accredited in Scopus, Web of Science, Sinta 1 and Sinta 2, and Google Scholar. Masters in Language Education is also active in having national and international collaborations with various universities and institutions to improve its quality. Many kinds of facilities are available for students to support both academic and non-academic activities. Students of Masters in Language Education have been chosen as awardees of some international programs such as International Students Ambassador in 2016 in Queensland, Australia, Indonesia-Australia Youth Exchange Program in 2017 and 2019 in Australia, and International Credit Transfer Scholarship in 2020 in Perth Normal University.
Hi everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Mariedi. I'm a student of Magister Programs of English Education Study Program, Sriwijaya University 2019. I was a student actually in Palembang. Then I decided to continue my study here, these programs. Why? Because several reasons I consider. The first one is because this study program is very well known with the great curriculums and also great achievements, great programs, greatest lecturers, and also many more. Therefore, I decided to continue here because only here I'm not only acquires the knowledge but also the skill related to English education study program. So if you want to continue study programs, this is the best.
Hi, my name is Sol and I am from Brazil. And I am here currently taking my master's degree at Sriwijaya University. And what makes the program more attractive and more interesting to me is that most of the teachers, they are graduated overseas and they also have a really extensive background in teaching. So that helps me a lot in developing new strategies to teach students in online mode, in offline mode. And also as an international student, I have all the help from them regarding to visa situation, regarding to cultural adaptation also. So if you love challenges, if you love diversity, that's the place for you.
Hi, my name is Sisi. I am the second semester student in Master Language Program in Sriwijaya University. I decided to continue my study here because I think Unsri is one of the reputable universities in Indonesia. All the lecturers also have good quality in teaching, and the reason curriculum is set is so effective, so the students can finish their study within 1.5 years. So it's a good thing.
Come and join us. Be part of Masters in Language Education Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Hello, welcome to Master's Program in Language Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University.
Masters in Language Education is one of study programs at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Sriwijaya University, a state university in South Sumatra, Indonesia. Vision: becoming a master program in language education that excels in language education and literature education and research at the international level. Mission: first, organizing an effective education to prepare the graduates who have the expertise in education and educational research within the field of language and literature at the international level. Second, conducting innovative research to develop scientific knowledge in the field of language and literature education at the international level. Third, conducting community services by applying the results of research in the field of language and literature education to realize the welfare and development of the community. Fourth, implementing a credible, accountable, and transparent system in conducting education and research and language and literature education. And the last, conducting cooperation with national and international institutions in the fields of education, research, and community service. Lecturers: Masters in Language Education program has qualified lecturers in their fields. The lecturers of Masters in English Education program are Professor Sofendi, MA PhD, Sony Mirizon, MA EDD, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, Dr. Margareta Dinar Sitinja, MA, Arian Shah, MA PhD, Magdalena Vianti, MPD, MED, EDD, Sari Silviani, MPD, MA, PhD, Amrullah, MED, PhD, Dimrah Ihsan, MA, PhD, Suzaimah Dedin, MLS, EDD. The lecturers of Masters in Indonesian Education program are Professor Dr. Mulyadi Eko Purnomo, MPD, Profesor Dr. Nurhayati, MPD, Sri Indrawati, MPD, PhD, Dr. Zahra Alwi, MPD. Master program program in language education produces masters in language education to work as educators and researchers in the field of language education. The program educational objectives are: first, language educator. Graduates of master program in language education, faculty of teacher training and education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to solve problems in the field of language education through an inter or multidisciplinary approach. Second, researchers in the field of language education. Graduates of the master program in language education, faculty of teacher training and education, Sriwijaya University are graduates who have the competence to manage scientific research based on scientific studies. Courses in Masters of Language Education study program consist of 1 university course, 2 faculty courses, 8 language courses, and 6 elective courses. Masters in Language Education always strives to improve its quality and quantity of research, which has been disseminated in conferences across Indonesia and overseas. A big number of research findings have been published in various journals accredited in Scopus, Web of Science, Sinta 1 and Sinta 2, and Google Scholar. Masters in Language Education is also active in having national and international collaborations with various universities and institutions to improve its quality. Many kinds of facilities are available for students to support both academic and non-academic activities. Students of Masters in Language Education have been chosen as awardees of some international programs such as International Students Ambassador in 2016 in Queensland, Australia, Indonesia-Australia Youth Exchange Program in 2017 and 2019 in Australia, and International Credit Transfer Scholarship in 2020 in Philippine Normal University.
Hi everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Mariedi. I'm a student of Magister Programs of English Education Study Program, Sriwijaya University 2019. I was a student actually in Palembang. Then I decided to continue my study here with these programs. Why? Because several reasons I consider. The first one is because this study program is very well known with the great curriculums and also great achievements, great programs, great lecturers, and also many more. Therefore, I decided to continue here because only here I'm not only acquires the knowledge but also the skill related about English education study program.
dear all of the participants of the general lecture, especially for those who are in Zoom meeting, we request you to turn on your camera since we are about to begin our general lecture today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. The Honorable the Secretary of Language Education and Department, Ernalida SPD Umum, PhD. The Honorable the Chair of the Committee and also the Chair of the Master's Program in Language Education, Sari Silviani, MPD, MA, PhD. The Honorable the speakers of today's general lectures, Professor Madia Dahlajanan and Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA. The Honorable all of the distinguished lecturers, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all, especially for those who are in Zoom, and all of you who are here in the campus of Magister program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, for the general lecture with the theme Assessment in Language Teaching on Monday, the 25th of September, 2023. First of all, let us open our event by saying Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, that will be led by Tita Wulandari, MPD. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Now, let us listen to the report from the chair of the committee, to the Honorable Sari Silviani, MPD, MA, PhD, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, Chairs, and Secretaries of the Department, Coordinator of the Study Programs, and the teaching staff at the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya. Distinguished speakers of today's Stadium General, Dr. Dahlia Janan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia, and Dr. Ismail Petrus from Universitas Sriwijaya. Students of the Master Program in Language Education, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me as the coordinator of the master's program in language education to welcome you to our second Stadium General of the year. This time, the General Stadium has a riveting theme, assessment in language education. We have the honor of having our academic partner from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Dr. Dahlia Janan, to deliver her lecture on disruptive education, the impact on assessment. Dr. Dahlia has generously accepted our request to be an adjunct professor in our master's programs in language education this semester. So she co-teaches critical issues in education course, in which one of the topics addresses assessment in language education. We hope that our activity today marks the beginning of our internationalization programs with partner university. Our second speaker, Dr. Ismail Petrus, is a lecturer at a master's program in language education, Sriwijaya University. He will continue our discussion by emphasizing on classroom assessment, especially in the context of the new curriculum in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stadium General is our collaborative effort to provide our students and general public a quality discussion on important issues affecting our education. Assessment has been hotly debated topic, especially in the era of accountability and the changing of the world of education. There are debates regarding standardized assessment that might not be fair in determining our students' academic proficiency. The tension surrounding approaches in assessment has propelled efforts to provide the best way to assess our students' learning. I hope our discussion today will shed lights on the issues and becomes the springboard for us to further our understanding of assessment through future research projects. The Stadium General is made possible by the dedication and hard work of our committee members and the support from the Dean and Vice Deans at the Faculty of Teachers Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya. I am very grateful for all the support we have to make this event run without a hitch. I hope you enjoy the discussion and gain insights from this meeting. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we would like to have the special remarks from the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, and also we would like her to open this event officially to the Honorable Ibu Rita Indrawati, please.
Dayang merindu lost her cup. Sinuhun, the 16th century Palembang Kartini, was a queen. Good morning, best wishes for all of us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I don't know exactly whether it is good pantun or not, because we said it in English. Okay. Dayang merindu kehilangan cawan. Sinuhun Kartini Palembang abad 16 adalah seorang ratu. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'. My Excellency, Rector of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Anis Sagaf, MSCE IPU, the Honorable Dr. Hartono MA, the Deans of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, along with the Vice Deans, Dr. Nimas Aisyah, PhD, and the third Vice Dean, Dr. Ismet, MSc, the Honorable Head of Language Education and Art Department, Professor Soni Mirzan, MA, EDD, the Master Study Program Coordinator, Dr. Sari Silviani, MA, PhD. The other one, Dr. Iza, one of the lecturer, and she also as the head of MPK, or we said Personal Building Course, mata kuliah pembentukan kepribadian. What we are proud of are the FKIP lecturers and all the participants in this Studium General, both those present online in the virtual Zoom room and those who present here in this FKIP Unsri campus hall. What I awfully respect our resource persons. The first is Professor Madia Dahlia Janan from Sultan Idris Education's University, Malaysia. Welcome to Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Dr. Hartono couldn't come here together with us here because now he is in Jakarta for the inaugurations of our new rector, Professor Dr. Taufik Marwah, S.A., if I'm not mistaken, MSE. So our Dean sent his warm greeting to you, to Professor Janan, and then he assigned me to deliver a speech in the Studium General. Second resource person is my Coco. I just call him Coco. Yeah. Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, who will also share his expertise dealing with assessment as well. Starting the Studium General activities this morning, let's together first say thanks to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of Him, the abundance of His grace can make we gather here in order to attend these academic activities of the Language Education Master Study Programs today in good health. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey in this esteemed forum that FKIP Sriwijaya University is currently on its way to internationalize recognition. It began with international accreditation from ACRAS Germany in 2022 for the Departments of Education in Language and Art, which includes undergraduate programs of Indonesian language education, English language education, and master's program in language education. At present, we already have foreign students studying in Indonesian language, learning both Indonesian language and culture. They came from United States and Thailand. Additionally, our language education master's program, here we have our students from China, the United States, and Brazil. Furthermore, at the beginning of next month, there will be 4 students from Philippines. They will engage in teaching practitioners at SMA1, and 3 FKIP students went to Philippines in order to do the same thing. They will practice over there from English study program and from biology, the other one from mathematics education. FKIP internationalization effort date back to 2014 and continue until today, marked by the collaboration in research, which countries from 5 continents. This year, 3 English language education professors are pursuing their doctoral degrees at 3 American universities. We have also initiated faculty exchange program for teaching abroad. Today is the activity. It is another internationalization. So we invite professor from Malaysia as the adjunct professor. Hopefully, later, our lecturers will be also invited by Sultan Idris Education University. So this brief overview reflects FKIP progress toward internationalization. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Deans of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I would like to thank to all participants, research persons, fellow committee members, and all students as participants in this Studium General. Studium General is a form of academic activity held in every Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University study program every semester. So Professor Janan, we are lucky to have you in this morning to share your knowledge and experience in teaching and learning innovatively, especially in assessment in language teaching. It refers to the essential process within language education that aims to measure the student's proficiency in the 4 language skills, speaking, listening, reading, and writing in the target language. So the purpose of this assessment is to gauge how well students have achieved language learning objective, and to provide feedback, of course, to both students and teachers. So there are some points, some key points when talking about assessment, but I focus on 2 key aspects of it. The first one is cultural adaptation, and the second one is technology use. Perhaps later our research persons will discuss about it with you. So, assessment should be culturally adapted to match students' cultural background and avoid cultural bias. Of course, technology also plays a significant role in modern language assessment. So the use of software, for example, and e-learning platforms can facilitate language teaching and assessment, including online exams and technology-based assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, seeing the importance of this Studium General material this morning, it is expected that all participants, especially students, can make the best of this opportunity, interact activity with the speakers. So I would like to say to you all, the participants here, the students, don't be shy to ask if later the material presented, there are many things, for example, you don't understand and need to be asked so that at the end, the Studium General can run dynamically. At least, this activity is expected to empower educators and institutions with the knowledge and tools needed to create more effective teaching and learning environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust that my remarks have been sufficiently conveyed. With this, I conclude my greetings. Wishing you a studious and hopeful journey ahead. So by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I represent the Dean of FKIP Universitas Sriwijaya, the Studium General with the theme Assessment in Language Teaching. Monday, 25 September 2023, I officially open. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to have blessings and mercy from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, let us raise our hands together for a prayer which will be led by Dr. Iza, SPD, MPD. To the Honorable Dr. Iza, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hadirin yang berbahagia, izinkan saya memimpin doa dengan cara Islam, sementara yang lain silakan menyesuaikan. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad ya karim. Allahumma shalli ala nuril anwar wa sirril asrar wa tiryaqil awya wa miftahi babil yasar. ومفتاح باب اليسر سيدنا محمد المختار وآله الأطهار وأصحابه الأخيار عدد نعم الله وإفضاله. اللهم اهدنا هداية المهتدين، اللهم اهدنا هداية الصابرين، اللهم اهدنا هداية المتقين، اللهم اهدنا هداية المستغفرين والتائبين. اللهم إنا نسألك العافية ونسألك تمام العافية ونسألك دوام العافية ونسألك الشكر على العافية ونسألك الغنى عن الناس. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, kami berkumpul di sini karena menunaikan titah-Mu untuk mencintai ilmu, untuk menambah ilmu dan mempererat silaturahim keilmuan. Untuk itu ya Allah, berkahilah pertemuan kami ini, berkahilah acara ini, berkahilah narasumber yang telah memberikan ilmu dan kami semua yang duduk di majelis ilmu. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, berkahi dan rahmati pula guru-guru kami, para pendahulu kami yang telah menuangi kami dengan ilmu, pengetahuan dan keterampilan, yang telah mengajari kami mengeja hijaiyah hingga kami bisa membaca kalam-Mu, tidak bisa membaca alam yang telah Engkau bentangkan untuk kami. Ya Allah yang Maha Pengampun, Maha Pengasih, Maha Penyayang, izinkan acara ini berjalan dengan lancar dan penuh berkah. Allahumma Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Allahumma Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. وأدخلنا الجنة مع الأبرار يا عزيز يا غفار يا رب العالمين. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين. تقبل الله منكم منا ومنكم تقبل يا كريم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the speakers of the Stadium General, Professor Madya Dahlia Janan and also Dr. Ismail Petrus MA for the certificates of appreciation that will be given by the Dean represented by the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Dr. Rita Indrawati MPD, and also the Chair of the Committee, Ibu Sari Silviani, PhD. Yeah, it is virtually. And after this, we request also to Ibu Ernalida and also Ibu Iza to join in the front for taking pictures together. This is a certificate of appreciation certification for Professor Dr. Dahlia Janan. And also this is a certificate for Dr. Ismail Petrus MA. Okay, now we would like to invite Dr. Iza and also Ibu Ernalida to join in the front, and also all of the participants or students in the Zoom meeting. Yes, for taking pictures together. Ibu Nofritika, would you please join us here? Ibu Tita Wulandari. And after this, we're going to invite the students here in the campus of Magister program. Now we would like to invite all of the students here to join us here in the front. And also we would like to request all of the participants on Zoom to turn on the camera to take pictures together.
Ya, atur aja, diatur aja. Silakan maju diatur aja. Jongkok di depan boleh, cowok, yang cewek di belakang. Gabung. Diatur aja, diatur. Fatia ikutlah.
All of the participants on Zoom, you can turn on your camera for taking pictures together.
Oke, siap. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi 1.
1, 2, 3. Freestyle. All right. 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. All right, it's a wrap. You can return back to your seat. Yeah. One more, we're going to pin with our first speaker. Yes, we are going to take pictures first with our first speaker today. so much. Alright, now this is the main agenda. Our study general today. We're going to listen to the first resource speaker today. We would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Madya Dahlianjanan, and this discussion will be led by our moderator, Tita Ratnawulandari SPD MPD. To the Honorable Tita Ratnawulandari SPD MPD, time is yours.
Thank you, Natalinda, for your kind introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Dr. Janan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Great.
My name is Tita, Tita Ratnawulandari, and I'm delightful to be your moderator for this session. But first, I would like to greet all the audiences, both in this room and also virtual room. Thank you for coming and attending the Stadium General held by Language Education Master's Program, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, under the theme Assessment in Language Teaching. I can see our lecturers in room Zoom. We have Professor Huzaima, we have Ibu Zahra, and we also have Pak Hariswan. Good morning, dear fellow lecturers, and also some of the students here. So, Dr. Janan, thank you for joining us from Zoom. Hopefully, and also thank you for sparing your valuable time for us, so that you can be our keynote speakers, our first keynote speaker in our Stadium General today. Hopefully, we can meet in person someday, either in Palembang or in Kuala Lumpur.
Inshallah.
Yeah. How are you doing, Ibu? Dr. Janan, how are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah. And also I'd like to greet our second speaker, Dr. Ismail Petrus MA, who has been here with us in this room. Good morning, Pak. Thank you for coming, and hopefully you're also in a good health today. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Dahlianjanan and also Dr. Ismail Petrus will share their valuable insights about assessment in language teaching. And our first session will be with Dr. Janan. She will talk about disruptive education, the impact on assessment. However, let me introduce Dr. Dahlianjanan as our first keynote speaker before we come to the main activity. So allow me to read her brief information. Professor Madya Dr. Dahlianjanan is an active lecturer at the Faculty of Languages and Communication, Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris, UPSI, Tanjung Malin, Perak, Malaysia. Her expertise is reading literacy, which covers the process and pedagogy of reading, readability, and innovative approaches to assessing text complexity, and comparative studies in reading and literacy processes. She is also exploring the field of curriculum, assessment, and material development for Malay and Malay for foreign speakers. Dr. Janan is also interested in the field of stylistic corpus for literary materials. She earned her PhD academic qualifications from University of Warwick, United Kingdom, in 2011, Due to her significant contributions in the field of language and communication disciplines, Dr. Janan has been awarded some outstanding awards. Two of them are Certificate of Mentorships in CUOCIIP Expo 2021 and also Gold Medal for Reflective Process Assessment in Seminar Penyelidikan dan Pertandingan Inovasi Peringkat Antarbangsa IPG Kampus Dato Razali Ismail in 2021. As an associate professor, Dr. Janan is also active in Adjunct Professors Program from 2019. Some of them are a consultant to HarperCollins for developing IGCSE Malay as a Foreign Textbook 2022 in UK, and then 2020 until 2021 as adjunct professor at Zhejiang Yushe University of Foreign Languages, Zhejiang, China, and the newest one is adjunct professors of UCSI University Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, starting from 2022 and later in 2025. So if I have to read the whole CVs of Dr. Janan, I think it's going to take time. So if you would like to know further about her, I suggest you to visit her Google Scholar. So, Dr. Janan, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we have about 80 to 85 minutes for each speaker. So I think you're going to have 60 minutes to present, and later we continue with question and answer session. So Dr. Janan, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our keynote speakers, Dr. Dahlia Janan.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and greetings to everyone in Sriwijaya. I'm so honored to be invited as speaker to share which the knowledge that come from Allah, obviously, and I am only the mediator to share it with you. I am so honored and thank you to Dr. Indrawati, the Deputy Dean of Academy, for welcoming me in the speech, as well as thank you very much to Dr. Sari, the coordinator of Master Program, for inviting me and have been collaborating with me in these few months until that we can have this event today. And also, I would like to warm greetings to the other presenter, Dr. Ismail, so in the field of assessment as well. Shall I share my PowerPoint so that it's easier for me to present while I explain my presentation? For me, I mean the speaker, sometimes the audio is quite have a bit of interruption. Sometimes I can't really hear my voice. All right, so just bear with me. Okay, right. In my experience in teaching, so I have been teaching. This is my 30th years of teaching. Before I become a lecturer, I was a primary teacher and going up to be a secondary teacher, like for, I think in Indonesia they call it darjah SD, I think, as primary and then secondary. So throughout becoming a teacher as a lecturer, having 20 years as a lecturer, assessment is one of the, main, having teaching in the class without having assessment is just like having what we call dishes without salt. So, yeah. So maybe some people will say that having salt is going to be high blood pressure. But what is the taste of the dishes without a salt? So it is important, but it must be balanced. So this is why today in my talk, I will talk about the impact of disruption education on assessment. Because when Dr. Sari approaches me to have this talk, she's the course that our students here today is taking is on the course is on critical issue in education. So since it's a critical issue in education, this is why I am sharing the impact of the disruption education on assessment. So we want to talk about an issue. I assume that you have gone through a course on assessment while you are in your degree program. So in this master degree, in the master degree, today we are going ahead with discussing the issue behind the assessment today, especially after we are having such a great disruption very recently. So bear with me. So I'm just having I myself is learning, with dealing with assessment because of this disruption. So in my presentation today, I will we will go for an introduction, on assessment. So because of this course is on language, so because assessment will be not only for us in language, we are in science, people in business, people in all profession will have assessment. So, but today, the issue we are going to focus is on language assessment. And I'm also trying to bring the issue in education regarding language assessment by tapping on this very recent issue which have involved all over the world. So that's why I'm bringing the disruption education. And I hope our discussion today, I'm not giving, I'm here to share an experience which I feel I need also experience from people, not only me, not only from the literature, but have a discussion. And I'm so happy when Dr. Sari shared with me the topics. That's why I chose on assessment, so that we can talk about disruption on assessment. And later, after we have discussed on the impact, then we have 15 minutes is given for us to have an open discussion, which I look forward of doing it. So let's start. Right. So in introduction here, students, fellow academics, shall I call my lecturers as a friends, shall I? So that this is, this is not a lecture by me. It's a sharing, session. So when we see this, comics, it is a comic that says what it says to us, how we look at some activity to do an assessment, and how the other side is looking differently from us. So this is what I see from the illustration or from the cartoon. But what we can learn here is so great, isn't it? So maybe the professor or maybe the teacher or maybe some of you, maybe the researcher soon as two students, yeah, you are going to do, data collection and everything. So you might see you are going to, you are going to assess. You are going to into a class and you're going to collect your data and you think you are doing an assessment. But on the other side, who are receiving what you are doing is looking in a different way. So this is why assessment is not an easy task, and it is, what shall I say, it is something that needs a deep understanding. I am very, just now, our Deputy Dean of Academic, Dr. Rita has said that assessment have to be culture has to be considered in assessment. So here we can see in our discussion later that we will have broad understanding that it's a huge issue and it has a 360 degree of perception on how we are going to assess someone. And if we want to see fair, what does it mean fair? If we want to see 50% representing half of the knowledge, how do you know it's half of the knowledge? So yeah, so bear with me, help me to understand as well what is assessment and what is issue now in the assessment in all over the world, not only in Indonesia, not only in our stadium today, as well as in all over the world and in Malaysia, especially after the disruption of education very recently. So here, I'm not testing anyone's knowledge here. I'm not trying to test anyone. I'm just open and a question so that this discussion it will be easier, right? So for me, because in my university, for degree student, we already have a course on what we call assessment. So all of this they have gone in their degree time. At this point, for those who are doing master degree, we are doing a critical, we are critiquing and we are doing a critical reading on the assessment. So this is just to flashback the knowledge that we have together while we are doing our degree program, so that the discussion in this talk will be easier. So here we have four components that is always, they are related, interrelated, related, related with each other. There is a testing, we call it, there's another one we call measurement, assessment, and evaluation. So the talk for today is on assessment, but we can't say about assessment without knowing about testing and measurement as well as evaluation. So this is the four main event or main what we call activities that were involved in the classroom. So in a classroom, in a teaching session, there will be a testing, there will be a measurement, but in this assessment will be a few of the measurement and testing bind together to understand, and a bigger, a broad, assessment will be evaluation to make it easier for you to understand, to me as well, right? So if we see here, how do we to differentiate between a test, a measurement, assessment, and evaluation. So we can see here that a test here is test. There will be a tool. The tools will be like thermometer. But in our class, in our language class, we have here, I have an example as a question paper. It can be reading, it can be speaking, it can be writing paper. So when we test, the tools going to be the question paper. The tools can be a quiz and everything. But from the tools, what do we measure? So we measure by giving numerical, for the achievement. If for the classes, if we're having question or paper. So the assessment is how we give an evaluation whether the mark when it compare. And for the evaluation, this is where it comes the qualitative side of an assessment, where you will qualitatively a judgment will come in. So these are the four major relationship between test, measurement, assessment, and evaluation. And if we can go further here, so this is what we can see here. So now we are having, just now we talk about testing. So testing like teacher giving tests, quizzes. So measurement is like for a student, for academic progress. And today, our topic will focuses on the assessment. Normally, when we say assessment, we will say that formative or summative. It's on formative and summative. So this is just a basic. But if we can see further, assessment can be divided into three major components, which we will discuss later. So this is my introduction, the introduction to bring you from what is the issue when we want to do some assessment, and the meaning of the definition of assessment, brief definition of assessment, and how it related to testing, measurement, and as well as evaluation. Further from this, after the introduction, now we are going to go into the assessment. So when we talk about assessment, we can see just now in our previous illustration, we can see that there is an issue, how the perception between the evaluator and the person is being evaluated in the different. So in this illustration, because this is why Dr. Sari, I would love to have a face-to-face so that I can have a feedback from the participant, inshallah, later, right? So from here, what we can say when we from this assessment illustration, what we can say is a lot. It's only, what we can say is a lot here. It is how the teacher, science teacher, thinks that she have given the most fair and the best assessment or the best task for her student. But when we look into the picture thoroughly, we can see that some of them are just questioning, what task do you get? She just questioned, she just want to find out whether they are having the same task.
So this is an issue, isn't it? We thought that we are giving the best assessment, but then the person who received the task think the other way. And to make it worse, when we thought that we are giving tasks in different group with different question, we thought that it will be like make it a variety of question, but the person who receiving the assessment will feel differently. So how are we as an educator, and as well as for you are doing your master degree program, maybe you are going to be a researcher in the area of assessment. So how are we going to this matter precisely to say our assessment is fair? And our assessment not only fair, you can see in this dialogue, if this is a science teacher and this is a student in the same class, but the assessment, one is with 5 test tubes and the other one is about satellite. So the content is different. So this is just to tap in what we are going to discuss in the next part of this presentation on assessment. So this is just to give you a glance. It's not easy and it is an issue. So how are we going to go about on this, right? So this is a definition of assessment. So this is the definition. If we can see the definition by Huber and Fried, 2002. So for him, for them, assessment is a process of gathering and discuss information from multiple diverse sources. So for us to say assessment is not going to be, can be coming from one test. It has to be coming from multiple and diverse sources. For what? In order to develop deep understanding. We want to understand whether our students understand and can do with their knowledge and what they can do with their knowledge. So assessment is great because this is needed for us as the instructor or the teacher or the lecturer. How do we know that our student understand and what they can do with the knowledge that we have given to them? In 2014, the Assessing Academic Program Higher Education, which is ALAN, have defined assessment involve the use of empirical data on student learning. So this is what talking about empirical data. So is that going to be only empirical data? What? Because empirical data is just on numbers. Can we go about? So there's a lot. Even in the definition of assessment is also a research for any of you who are interested to do research on assessment, because we can see here that the definition of assessment between Allen and Huber and Fried, the coverage of the definition is is different. So some will be looking into assessment differently. So when we say looking into assessment differently, but this must not penalize our student, because they need to receive a fair assessment, right? So the next one we are going to see, we are going to look into the component, the main component of assessment. So I assume that this has been lectured during your degree. So here we are just going through briefly so that you will understand when I talk about disruption later. So in assessment, we have three major components, which is assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. So these three components is not not divided, it's a three section that use to understand how our student gain their knowledge and how they can use the knowledge and how far they can take the knowledge. So if we can see here, as learning and for learning is formative assessment. When it's a formative assessment, both of these types of assessment happen in the classroom, yeah, while you are teaching. So one assessment for learning is where the teacher will want to understand whether her or his student understand what they teach. Whereas as learning is where the student themselves do a reflection whether they understand what the teacher teach them. So these two tools or these two sections of assessment is very powerful. It's because the understanding of the knowledge happen at the time they receive the knowledge. There's no time gap, there's no duration between gaining the knowledge and being assessed the understanding of the knowledge. If we can see the third one, not the third, I can't say this is the first, second one, because the three of them is so important. They have their own character, and they have their importance as well. So assessment of learning is summative assessment. This is an assessment where you will be assessed at the end of your course. Let's say I can see here, Dr. Sari has shared with me, we have critical issue in education. So this is your course. I can see that syllabus 1, 2, 3, you have weekly, which is a weekly written response. Weekly written response, and some you will have midterm paper. So here, in your courses, you have a combination of assessment. That's great, isn't it? You have a combination of assessment of learning as well as assessment for learning. So in order Dr. Sari to understand how you receive her course in critical issues in education. So if we can see here, assessment of learning is not easy to conduct, and we need to understand the syllabus and the time from the knowledge being gained and the assessment that will be conducted. And there will be a period of time compared to assessment as learning. Then for learning, that will be happening when you are receiving the knowledge. So here we can see here, teacher is responsible, is decision making, a decision maker, whereas for the S learning here, for the S learning is student is responsible. So we will have this discussion, and I also interested to listen to Dr. Ismail presentation later because we're gonna have an assessment in Indonesia. So we want to see whether what is the focus of the assessment. Either focus is on the S for of learning, or is it great on as learning or for learning? So basically, this is, the structure of component in assessment. So from this assessment structure just now, from this assessment structure, there are research done. You can see here later. I will share with you I will share with you the PowerPoint. You can see when I say credit to, that is where I retrieve the information. You can Google later. The information. If we can, there are two types, not two types. Sorry. Okay, not two types, but the evolution of the assessment. In traditional assessment, this is we call traditional assessment. We have not go through disruption yet. Yeah, the disruption of education that caused now the reconfigurate assessment pyramid. So during during the disruption, or in way back, I can only share with you the experience in Malaysia. So in Malaysia previously, so before pandemic, and it's not before pandemic, it has happened before pandemic as well. So in Malaysia, assessment, we are doing traditional assessment pyramid. You see, the assessment of learning is at the bottom. When it is at the bottom, it is a huge chunk of time and types of assessment being done to students in Malaysia. Regardless you are in primary school, secondary school, or you are in universities. So previously, Malaysia is this type of assessment. We have the assessment of learning. So of learning, that means we have national level exam. We have 3 national level exam previously. We have for primary school before they enter the secondary school, and then in the what we call in the secondary school, they have 2 level, beginner and the advanced. So the beginner, they have another exam, and then we have the final them to go to colleges, which we call SPM. So these 3 component of assessment is in the national level previously in Malaysia. Because of this disruption, it's not because of the pandemic. The disruption comes from many ways. Later we will talk on the factors. But for Malaysia, the factors is because of the parents, of the community. The community force, the change of this off learning to S learning to be a bigger have a larger chunk of the assessment, because they believe that summative assessment is not what we call a quality enough to assess student knowledge. So here, from S-learning is that student is reflecting on themselves. So now we have the student reflecting on themselves, and for learning is the assessment in the classroom when we give the instruction, teaching and learning happens. So that's why in Malaysia, I just would like to share, maybe I would like to hear from Dr. Ismail later. We are moving into classroom-based assessment. We have been in school-based, now we coming from national-based, go to school-based, now we are in classroom-based assessment. So this is the reconfigured assessment pyramid. This is not happening only in Malaysia. The suggestion is all over the world because of the disruption of education. But Malaysia have what we call follow this pyramid where we are having S and 4 learning in a bigger section of our assessment compared to off learning. So I hope this is why I just now be starting with S learning, 4 learning, so that you will understand the issue. So here, maybe I can hear later from Dr. Ismail and discussion from students. What do you think about the assessment and which pyramid represent Indonesia? All right. So here we are going for now. We have finished about regarding, because I'm given 1 hour. So now I have only 20 minutes. Right. So my next section of presentation or talk is on language assessment, because our event today is on language testing. So when we talk about language assessment here, so I'll just give you a brief definition or to understand or communicate. So the word here is to understand first, and then can they communicate and in a particular language. So in this main event, it could be like in English, English as a second language, or as a foreign language, or Indonesia as a foreign language, or Indonesia as I don't know whether going to be second or not in language. So in language testing, there will be 2 major kind of settings. There will be academic setting. We know that language is not only for student in classroom. So it is also used outside of the classroom, especially for people, for language skills needed for jobs, isn't it? That's why we have English for business purposes. Yeah, so this is what we call that language is not only for academic settings, they are as well as for professional setting. So either in which context it is, both are doing the same thing, that to assess whether a person understand or can communicate in particular language. So in language assessment, I'm just going to go brief on this. In language assessment, we have this 5. This is called the main kind of language assessment. If you go in all the literature, they will have more. So I'm just taking 5, the major one, right? So 5 of the major, but I'm not going to go in depth of each of one, but I'm going to go brief because I have more, because we are not disruption yet. So here, but we need to understand all this so that we can later use the knowledge regarding types of assessment in language and how we use this when there's a disruption. So we can see here we have achievement, aptitude, proficiency, placement, and diagnostic test as well. So all this assessment can be all this language assessment. It can be achievement, whether it's you want it to be as formative or summative, because formative and summative is the big picture. But for language, when you want to do a diagnostic, so it cannot be summative, isn't it? Diagnostic must be before they start the course. We want to not only before. Placement and diagnostics can be hand in hand before we start the course, isn't it? Because placement, because we want to understand which level the language what they are in. But diagnostic, at the same time of the placement, we want to understand what difficulty these candidates or students who are taking the exam is having. So, and then we have proficiency tests. So when proficiency tests will come, is it later or in the middle? So this is a very interesting kind of types of language assessment that we can use. So apart from that, what we want to say here, we need to understand the language assessment first, because after even though we know about summative, formative, but what types of language tests that we're going to put in the summative and the formative is also important, right? So let me share with you language assessment. I am having only like 24 minutes left, so I'm not going to go through here, but I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Here, I just want to share with you. Okay, wait. So here, share with you where you can get some further knowledge on doing language. So for they are one of for me, they are one of the best test builder. So British Council have this website which I have shared. Here you can see they have, like, for you in S2 who are try to understand assessment, if you can go in here, they have video and they give you all the types of testing. So if you want to do reading testing, what does it mean of reading testing? I actually want to share with you, but I don't have the time. So when I give you the slides, please go through it on your own. Yeah, but this is what I feel by sharing this one. This is a great website that share knowledge on developing language assessment. Sometimes we say that we are testing reading. Do we really test reading, or we are testing something else? Are we test reading, or we are testing language? And then can we divide between the testing language and the testing of reading? So reading comes with understanding of the text. So not knowing the language, they cannot do the task as well. So, but we must know when we test on reading, are we testing on the whether they can differentiate main points, or can they get, so there's a for the taxonomy bloom, isn't it, in reading, can they analyze, can they summarize, the topics, and what is the title of the paragraph, or this is on testing on reading. So here you can see they're also assessing on listening. So how do you going to assess listening? So I'm sharing you with this. So but I'm going back to my slides. Bear with me for a while. Let me. Okay, so back to my slides. So yeah, you can go through this one. So now we are going to get into disruption. So what is the disruption education? So what is disruption? So disrupt means something disturbing, isn't it? In an event, in this illustration, we can see that in this illustration, we can see that disruption, there will be a disruption, isn't it? So even in a focus group, there's a disruption. So how about a disruption in education? It's going to be a huge issue in it. So let me share with you. So this is, I myself just understand when I do, reading on disruption. Previously, I thought that disruption is on pandemic because it's just happened. No, these people have talked about disruption way back before pandemic. They talk about, but in those days when they talk about disruption, major people are talking about disruption is in business. How disruptions happen in business and how it benefit the business. So now we want to see how disruption happen in education, but we are looking negatively about education. A different way we are looking from the business. So now we are going to go together to see this disruption, how actually it benefits us a lot actually. So it makes us understand us as educator, us as instructor, us in education, us in doing assessment. So if we can see here, what is disruption education way back in 2014, it talks about disruption, innovation, and technology. This is where Harvard University, all the big universities starting to do MOOC, starting to start online courses. So the movement on those days that is being defined as disruption in education, and how this have involving the massive open online courses. But nowadays, this is the most latest research definition by Panther 2021. The education disruption have been described unplanned interruption. Actually, we have huge unplanned interruption, not only because of the technology. There's so much. Later, we will see the factors and the causes. So, result of trauma changes in the established norms. So, in our doing our teaching and learning or but when something happen, it breaks the norm. When it breaks the norm, can assessment be the same? So this is why we can critical issue in education. So it is a critical issue. So how do we change our assessment because of this disruption, right? Another 10 minutes to go. Right. So this is the model of disruptive education model. So if we can see here, it is moving forward. We have looking into digital skills, encouraging critical thoughts. We have critical thinking previously. So what is new about this in the disruption? So what is new, isn't it? Even though we are talking about critical thought, previous critical thought, and when the disruption happens, it's going to be different. So what is different? So we can say that integrating AI. So how are we going to do assessment? If we're integrating AI in our curriculum, can we assess? How to assess if these skills are in our curriculum? So it is some for I mean a researcher in our place, in my place, in my environment, everybody is going for AI, and then sometimes I just like to to sit down with them. How are you going to do the assessment on AI? If this is the skill, what kind of assessment can we do? So it is not easy. All right, so customizing learning now. We are customizing learning because just now Dr. Rita said assessment tap into culture, must be culturally friendly. So this is customizing learning. How are we going to jive together this? Culturally customizing, we are only one. We are the lecturer and the teacher in the school. So is this going to raise a stress among the instructor? Well, we have to do research on it. So this is why we call it a critical issue. So this issue tap into so many other issues. So committing early training. Okay. So what are the causes of this disruption education? What cause? Cause natural disaster. We call natural disaster. So natural disaster. It happens in our neighbor, earthquake. So kebakaran hutan, sama juga dekat Malaysia, banjir. In our, now is already September in part of Malaysia, December, don't go to Kelantan, there will be flood. So don't visit. So visit. But in education, Kelantan in Malaysia have 100 over students. How are we going to do assessment? Like in Malaysia, we have national assessment for Form 5 students, secondary Form 5 student. In December, regardless there's a flood or not, the assessment will have to be conducted. So how are we going to be fair to these candidates compared to other places? So these are the causes. The public health emergency, we just had COVID. So all over the world. So how do we face? How are we thinking? How do we take the COVID, pandemic to consider in our assessment? So how do we assess? Students are at home, isn't it? Not only 1 month, 2 years, almost 2 years, lockdown. So how do we conduct our assessment? How to be fair, especially assessment. If there are students from university, we can have the online classes. But student which is 7 years old, having a class with a mother beside them and the teacher. No, the teachers not only teach the children, also teach the parent beside the student. So how do you do assessment? How do we think about this? So this is a critical issue. This is type of things that generate wonderful research later. So social unrest and conflicts. So when we talk with social unrest and conflict, so is there, but because we don't have, alhamdulillah, we don't have civil war, isn't it? What are happening in our friends' country in if they have a war in between the in the country itself, between two parties. So how? Education have to go on, assessment have to be done. So that's a conflict. Technology issue. We talk about technology, but if we have like we are going to have a placement test for degree student. Let's say degree student gonna have a placement test in Sriwijaya. Suddenly you have a cyber attack. Done. Nothing can be done. So how are we going to conduct? So what are the SOP? So it is disruption of education have a huge impact on assessment. And we have another one, infrastructure failure, financial challenge, isn't it? So like infrastructure failure. In Malaysia, we have flood. We have school. We have schools. But if the schools is in flood, the school itself is in flood. So how are we going to do? What are we going to do? Financial challenges because of the flood. We have to put amount of money of buying food, or we are going to conduct the assessment. So how do we go about this? And here, if we can see here, disruption. So here we can see that some in a place to do an assessment might feel comfortable, and some might feel, so distracted because of the weather, just because of the weather. So this is a disruptive. When I was doing my PhD in UK, so I work because the funding small, and so we need to survive. So we work. So when I work in UK, the assessment team is so great. For children who have they are normal children, but just because one children is fighting with another children, they cannot see each other face, they are not put in the same classroom when they do the assessment, just because to cater their level of stress. So this is, we can't do this, isn't it? So, but then this is how a disruption in education actually something that is great, but not really looked into, especially, I don't know in other places, but in our places, is still something to work on. So there's a 12 issue, as actually there's a 15. So we have, because I'm going to go through really fast, because I'm going to finish. I have a few sections to finish. It's like safety concern, weather, politics. So this one, we have health and personal issue. This is why the personal issue, and then we have environment, accessibility and inclusion, and parental. It's parental now. In our country, parental force is great now, because all the parents now educated, so they also one of the forces that can change, that can be one of the disruption in the education as well. So we are going to go for the impact. So how, just now we are going for the causes, isn't it? Financial, health. So how does all this impact on assessment? So when we want to say how it impact on assessment, it's just that sometimes to see our environment for us to look to do an assessment. So here, if we can see here, what are the impacts on learning environment? This is the learning. I go about on learning environment first, and then I'm going to tap into the assessment disruption. We can see here what impact the learning environment, because of the, we talk about the safety, we talk about weather, we talk about 15 causes just now, how it impact into the environment. It impact the disruption of learning continuity. So when the learning continuity disrupted, so how do we have to think about the assessment, isn't it? So emotionally, so there's an emotion impact. We talk about, we have education inequality. Some students have places with line for online classes. Some don't even have, some have to go out from their village for 1 or 2 hours to get a line. So education inequality, how do we go about to do assessment when these are the issues? Social interaction and development. So we have 9 actually. So 9 impact on learning environment. So actually, I want to talk one by one in details, but the time is not permit me to do that. So here are briefly, but I'm going to go thoroughly on the impact of all this on us in assessment. So this is what what we are going to talk for today. So what are the impacts just now for the environment? We have the cause and then the impact to the environment, and how this shift the assessment. So we can see here, because of the disruption, we can see here there's a shift from traditional testing to holistic assessment. What does it mean? This one go back to the pyramid. Just now I have shared the pyramid. So from the pyramid, you can understand how we shift from traditional testing, just looking for education assessment for learning. We are changing, assessment of learning. We are moving forward to as learning and for learning. If you can see, we are, because of this impact now of the disruption as assessment, disruption on education, the assessment is moving forward to formative assessment. Lots of other countries, not only Malaysia, are now adapting. Maybe Indonesia, I will listen later from Dr. Ismail, whether in Indonesia is now on formative assessment focus. So another one is incorporate technology. Because incorporate technology, this one, we cannot get away not using technology when we do assessment. But then we have to look back from the disruption of the environment, the inequality just now. So how do we balance between this? Then we are going forward into competency-based assessment. So competency-based assessment is focused on evaluating skills now. It's not on the knowledge, it's on the skills. So how do we go about to do this? So, and the number 5, gamification, interaction assessment. So last time people say, why do you play games? Now games is as part as assessment. So if we can see that gamification in assessment, in my school days, no teacher is going to give me assessment which can enjoyable as assessment. But now we are moving to that, because children now, if you go through the primary school or preschool children, if you do assessment like we do previously, they don't do. But if you give them assessment in the form of games, they will do it. So this is how we move now. Because of the disruption, we are moving. So peer and self-assessment. So peer and self now we can see here a lot of us, especially in university, we are doing reflective, isn't it? Reflection. So when they have one courses, at the end of the course, they are asked to do a reflection. So they reflect on their studies. And real world and practical application. So real world and application, practical application. Now we can see lots of industrial training. Go for industrial training. But then, like for children, primary school now, they are not only learning in the class, they go outside now. You know, they go into the shop with baking cakes. So they are learning baking cakes not in the school. They go to the shops now. So this real world practical application. Finally, they have personalized and adaptive assessment as well. So when we talk about personal and adaptive, it's like assessment based on student needs, their interest, their learning style. Different learning style need different types of assessment. So all of what I been talk today is, if we are talking, we just know that how it impacts, how the assessment have changed. But when I get to see this illustration, it make me think, isn't it? As for you as a lecturer, for for students who are going to do research in this area, is we are always here is how we think future. It's ideal that technology will work, but sometimes you stand there, you know. Just now we talk about what if cyber attack when there's no electricity, nothing here. So how? Are we just going to ditch out the technology? Or how are we going to incorporate between both worlds, the technology and as well as traditional way of doing assessment? So for that, I conclude our my presentation today. So impact here is the impact of learning disruption is on the system. It's a lot. It's a big picture. It's on support, on equability resources, mental health, and proactive strategy. And disruptive education makes a reimagines assessment strategy. We are reimagining the assessment. So the aiming, whether it's accurate or meaningful, or whether it's student capability or readiness. So that is how we reimaging our assessment. And finally, this education redefines traditional assessment. It broader the sets of skills, leveraging the technology, innovative approaches, and comprehensive and personalization. So for that, I end my presentation. I open the floor for discussion. So I hope I have shared something that tap us together, thinking back the way of assessment that we have been doing, the way of assessment that we think the assessment is. So I open the floor for discussion. I think we have another
That's a very
line.
wonderful insights for us. And from your presentations, I can tell that when I was in elementary school, the education system was in the first pyramid, traditional assessment pyramid. Because I had a lot tasks to do at the end of my classroom or at the end of my level of education, and I never experienced any gamified or interactive assessment. But now my sons, I have two sons, they can experience KE, kunjungan edukatif, for educational visits from their school. So that's maybe because of the impact of this disruptive education. Well, that's very wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Janan. And we would like to open the next session. It is question and answer session. So for those who are in Zoom, you can just raise your hand through the reactions button, or you can just write down your questions on the chat box. And firstly, I'd like to invite the participants from this room. If you have questions, please raise your hand, and we'll hand the mic to you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Professor Jenna. Okay, my name is Andini, and I would like to ask related to the assessment. As we know that there are three assessments there, as learning, for learning, and off learning. And this is very important for us as a teacher to give a good assessment for students. But however, I think it's very difficult, especially for an English teacher, because we cannot implement all those assessments to our students, especially in Indonesia. When I teach at a high school, at my high school, English is only for one. We learn English at school once a week, and the duration is only for 2 hours. And how can we implement all those assessments to our students? Because I think the time is very limited. Can you please give me the suggestion how to do that properly? Thank you.
I didn't get your name now because it was wobbling. What's your name just now?
My name is Andini.
Hartini?
Andini.
Andini. So thank you, Andini, for the question. So you say that in your school, when you are teaching schools for 2 hours a week. So 2 hours a week, it's a lot of, contact hours for English actually, because like some countries, they don't have like straight 2 hours. They divided into like 1 hour a day, or So cumulatively, I think a week they will be like three. Maybe they have more hours, but 2 hours is sufficient enough for you to do assessment. So let's say, let me, can I share my PowerPoint again so that you can understand my explanation, okay? So untuk yang apa mengurus, saya minta izin untuk berkongsi slide saya semula ya. So for organizer, I so have the permission to share my slide again. Yeah. So Andi ni, for your question just now, so you have 2 hours a week. So because of for learning and as learning, because when you have 2 hours a week, during your 2 hours instruction, you have an activity with your student. When you have an activity with your student, you will want, let's say you are teaching English, let's say you are teaching singular and plural. You are teaching grammar, you are teaching singular and plural, let's say. So in that particular time, when you are having an activity of your student learning singular and plural, you will have assessment for learning, because you're gonna give them a task sheet. You know, you can give a task sheet or you will give a quiz. So that is already as for learning. So when we talk about as of for learning or as learning, it's not going to be something different what we are doing. It's just that the understanding of what is a for learning. So when you are teaching plural or singular, you are teaching grammar, you are giving your student what we call exercise sheet, isn't it? So exercise sheet, you ask them to fill in the usage of singular and plurals. So that exercise sheets is assessment for learning. So every week you have two hours, and in different topics you can do different for learning. If you're giving exercise, and you can give closed tests, isn't it? Fill in the blank types of assessment. So that is for while they are doing their work. And in the same week, in the same time of doing the singular and plural instruction or teaching and learning and giving the test, the exercise sheet, you can ask the student having a small notebook for them to do reflection. What do you learn today? Ask them to write. I understand plural is like this, like this, like this. Plural is they write themselves, they reflect. That is where this for learning, as learning, can happen in the same instruction, in the same teaching and learning. So that's why we are moving forward of as learning and for learning. The summative, let's say you have teach plural and singular. So plural and singular, you have teach them for 1 month. Just now we are talking in 2 hours from the 2 weeks or from 1 week. So in 1 month, you already have 4 weeks of teaching plural and at the end of these 4 weeks or at the end of the 6th week, you can have the summative where you give a bigger quiz. A bigger quiz assessment, exercise that is for summative, where at the end of the syllabus of the singular and the plural. So actually, once you have an instruction, once you have a teaching and learning, assessment will be happening. So that is my answer, how you can incorporate assessment for learning and assessment as learning while in the class, and summative assessment after a few weeks or after finishing one topic of your teaching. So I hope I have answered your question, Adini, just now.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
All right.
have another questions from the floor? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dahlia, for your great presentation today. My name is Fatia Herunisa, and I'm really grateful for being here, and I could ask a question. And today we related talking about the language assessment. That we talk that assessment is the process of gathering information that we have during the discussion from multiple sources, or in the point that I could say that it is to develop the understanding of the students. And you also mentioned that there's types of language testing like aptitude tests, diagnostic tests, proficiency tests, placement, and achievement tests. So my question is that as a teacher or a lecturer, so how do I ensure the fairness and the validity in language assessment? And the second question is that I would like to ask your opinion about the disruptive education, that disruptive education doesn't have to disrupt the quest for quality education. Thank you.
Okay, for your first question, how do you value the reliability and validity of the test, isn't it? So, in schools, right, when we talk in schools, you are doing research now as a S2 students. So, when you want to do your interview questions, how do you validate it? How you validate your interview question? So we are not talking about the schools yet. We talk about research first, because you are now doing research. This will reflect this will reflect the practice that we do in the class, isn't it? So when you do your interview question, you will validate going through experts, isn't it, to check whether your question in the field, is it asking what you are asking based on your objective of your studies? And if you are doing questionnaire, you do a pilot test, then you do the combat alpha, isn't it? So you do the combat alpha. So in interview, you have the validity, face validity, content validity, and when you do your qualitative questionnaire, you do the combat alpha to find out whether it's at 80% accepted or not the question. It is the same in the classroom, isn't it? We cannot penalize our student by not doing the validity or reliability. So, but how we are not going to do combat alpha, isn't it? Are you going to do the test? Okay, one class A, I do pilot test with you, and I'm going to use this question in the class B. Oh, no, you're not going to do that, isn't it? So, but how are we going to validate our question? So this is where we call that you as a teacher in the classroom, you are an expert. So among teacher, we will come together. That is what in Malaysia we call it panitia. Panitia Bahasa Melayu. So panitia means a group of a teacher in Malay language. We call it a committee where when we have a test question, we will discuss in the panitia, not the class teacher do the question without being checked by the panitia. It will be checked. So what we call checking between teachers is the way we do reliability or validity in terms of how research. So how do we, and you say that how do we do the diagnostic test or placement test or any test of these 5 types? Of course, we have to go through. The way you're doing it in schools is not going to be the same as research. You have to divide yourself because we are doing a practice and practicing in the class, and we have like how many jobs we have in the school. You are the teacher, you are the library teacher, you are the textbook teacher, you are whatever teacher, PE teacher, games and everything.
you. Can we be so great that we want to do validity by piloting? We are going for piloting in terms of the Chroma Alpha for that we cannot. So in this what we call event, what we can do is that we have to have committee. So of committee of teacher looking into the question and validate whether that question is, because if you are doing research, the question is go back to the objective of your study. But if you are in the classroom, whether your question is going through the curriculum, isn't it? What is the curriculum? What is the syllabus you are looking now? Like I said to the Adrani just now, if you are teaching on plural, you are going to finish plural for 4 weeks. That is your curriculum, that is your syllabus, and you are doing summative on that. So what types of question, what types and how breadth how broad, not breadth, how broad is the content of your test is going to be decided by a committee in the school. So that is my answer. But maybe Dr. Ismail also can help answering this, because I don't know the practice in Indonesian school. But in Malaysian school, this is the practice. We have, we call Jawatan Kuasa Panitia. So that's my answer. I hope I am answering your question. Is that's another question is on disruption, because I don't want to take a longer time, because second presenter is ready now. So for the second question, whether disruption whether the quality, are we going to give up on the quality of education because of this disruption? The answer is that disruption sometimes is a bless. It's a bless because it will make you look into your instruction, teaching and learning, and you will increase the quality of teaching and learning. So I'm a person who looking at the disruption as opportunity that for us to look back our practice, how we conduct our class, our assessment, and our work. So I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dahlia, for this insightful information. Thank you.
Right. Welcome.
Thank you. We still have 1 more minute. Maybe I'd like to check the questions from Zoom. Do we have any questions from Zoom? We don't have. Okay, we have one here, Dr. Janan from Dwi Kurnia Ningsi.
Yeah.
Maybe I would like to read it. High school students prefer to have even count on, to count on AI when they are doing their activities, especially writing. Meanwhile, in their final, they can use any help from that devices. So, is there any suggestions to be the bridge between their assignment and final tests? Maybe to cope with this problem between AI and also the final test?
Yeah, I thank you for your question, Dewi Kuliah. Yeah, using ChatGPT. All right. So using AI, so GPT to help them to do their essays, and it's great to have. If only we can have that when we are in school. That's great, isn't it? So yeah. How are we going to? Here you are saying that. So they have help doing the ChatGPT. So therefore, there's any suggestion of the bridge between assignment and compare assignments and finals. So when we doing assessment, so we'll have to look into, because you are talking about high school. So high school. So when we do assignment, when we do assessment,
we will allocate the syllabus, isn't it? So which syllabus? So in the same topic, you will have like you are saying in writing. So you have assessment on assessment for assignment and assessment for finals. So these two, you must differentiate this. I mean, you must plan differently for the finals and the assignment. What we can see here, what we can do here, when we do assignment, since they can go to using AI, so the task in the assignment should be tedious because they can use they can use tools to help them. But the rubric for you to map the assignment should be different from the finals, because the finals, you know that they are going to be in the, maybe in what we'll call the exam hall, and then don't have any. This is why we say the assessment must be fair, because when they can use the tools of AI, so the task should be more tedious, and then the rubric will be different from the finals. We cannot breach the knowledge of while they have AI and while they are not having AI. But what we can do is that how we assess them when they are using AI and without using AI. So in the finals, they are not using AI. So what kind of task that you want? Are you testing them? Because are you going to test them on language? Isn't it? With or without AI, they can or cannot write, isn't it? But when they have AI, it is more on the content, the knowledge. They can get, if you can give an essay, the cause of disruption just now. The cause of disruption, they come with the content of the essay going to be great, isn't it? So because they can use AI, and as well as they can Google the language as well. But in the exam hall, we are going to test. We can't give so much on the content because the AI won't be there. This is where we say fairness of assessment. So between assignments and a final, the rubric have to be different. And we have to also point out to students before the exam what are they expected to do in the final, because the student should know what they're going to be test. Or I am going to be test on language, so I have to write on my own. Because in the hall, I am not going to be, there's no handphones, so there's no chat GPT going to help me. So that is my answer. So how do you bridge between this assignment and finals is through your rubric of giving the task and rubric of marking and giving marks to the task as well. I hope I'm answer your question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Janan. I think the time is over for our question and answer session. And Ms. Dui's question concludes our first Stadium General today. So if I may cite your statement previously that having learning and also teaching process without knowing any assessment things, just like having a disease without knowing how to cure it. Yeah. So we have, as a teacher, we need to be able to create the assessments for our students, especially to see the disruptive educations now, and it really impacts to our students. So the teachers need to be able to create those kind of those assessments to help the children, to help the students, and to have a fair assessment to our students. So ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause to Dr. Dahlia Janan. Thank you so much for your wonderful insights, Dr. Janan. Hope to see you soon on the other academic events.
You're most welcome, and I am so honored to be here. Thank you for listening, and I hope I have shared something, valuable that you can use later. Thank you, and thank you for Dr. Tati.
Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the next session, but I think we need to have 5-minute breaks before we start. So it's 10:34. We're going to start at 10:41. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:41 already, so let's move to our second session with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, and we know that he has been here in this room with us since early morning. Good morning, Pak.
Yep, good morning.
Yeah.
Kita.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ismail Petrus will talk about classroom assessment, assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. However, before he starts his presentations, allow me to read a brief information about Dr. Ismail Petrus. So, Dr. Ismail Petrus, MA, is an active lecturer at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, or UNSRI. I believe that all the audiences here have known Dr. Ismail Petrus well. And he earned Doctor of Education in English Education from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, UPI, Bandung, Jawa Barat in 2012. Dr. Ismail Petrus is qualified in translation, linguistics, and English language education. He is also interested in conducting research on English language teaching and learning, linguistics, and English for specific purposes. Some of his research activities are the students' engagement in English online learning of 2 state universities in the southern part of Sumatra in 2021, and then developing a 21st century competency-based English textbook for Palembang City Tourism Department for vocational high school students in 2020, and speaking performance and problems faced by English major students at a university in South Sumatra 2022, and many more actually. So if you like to know further information about his research and community services, I suggest you to visit his Google Scholar. So Pak Ismail Petrus, we only have 60 minutes to present, and later we continue with question and answer sessions for about 15 to 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Ismail Petrus to the floor. Dr. Ismail Petrus, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Tita. Good morning, everybody. In this room and online. First, perhaps I should greet Prof. Daria Janan, because she always mentioned me in her presentation. See? Prof. Daria Janan, greeting, salam kenal. How do you do, Prof. Daria Janan? So perhaps later we can cooperate in some research. Okay, actually, Prof. Janan has smoothed my way to my presentation. He smoothed the way to my presentation. So perhaps I will present not more than 30 minutes because Prof. Daria Janan has talked about the material I want to present. So only part of the presentation. So perhaps I will not talk more, but I just highlight some point about my presentation. So we have my presentation is about classroom assessment, focus on assessment of learning, for learning, and as learning. Let's see the contents of my presentation, a bit of background, and then more detail of assessment of learning, for learning, as learning, and then the summary, and then reflective questions and references. Actually, the reflective questions are those questions you have asked, you have already asked. Okay, a bit of background here. a significant shift in focus and purpose in classroom assessment. So nowadays, classroom assessment is not only focused on what we call later assessment of learning, but it has shift to assessment for learning and assessment as learning. Okay? Now, the assessment centered on evaluating learning outcomes, this is assessment of learning, has shift to student-centered approaches to enhance learning understanding. Now, that's what we call as assessment for learning, assessment as learning later, see? So, in the previous presentation, it switched from focus on summative assessment later to formative assessment, if you want to use the term. See? And also a paradigm shift in education, placing greater emphasis on student engagement, self-awareness, and holistic understanding of learning. So this is, I think, the similar, just paraphrase of the previous sentence. See? So we not only see the product, see? So nowadays the teachers or the educators not only see the product of the students, the product, but also focus on the process later. See? So how the student engage in the process of learning, how they aware that they are learning, and then how they understanding the process of learning. So not only see the process, but also, not only see the product, but also see the process. Now, I think in 2022, the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology launched the new curriculum. See, previously we used the 2013 curriculum, but nowadays we call it Curriculum Merdeka, independent curriculum. So actually, it's not really in that year. Before that year, some schools have already used the Curriculum Merdeka as the pilot school to use the new curriculum. See? So actually, there's not much difference between the previous curriculum of 2013, and then Curriculum Merdeka, independent curriculum. The materials, I think, is still similar. We use what we call a genre-based curriculum. Genre-based curriculum means that we teach the students the type of text. For example, in high school, we teach narrative text, and then we have procedural text, descriptive text. So actually, this is genre-based curriculum. So Prof. Dahlia Janan, so we don't focus on the vocabulary item anymore. See, we still teach vocabulary item, but the vocabulary item is only taught in order to comprehend the text. See? So that is our curriculum now. So gender-based curriculum. See? So mostly the students should understand types of text. Okay, now let's see the assessment of learning. Actually, I don't have to say much about this, see, because you all understand. So in the traditional assessment, let's say, we only use assessment of learning because it focuses on evaluating student understanding, knowledge, and skill after a period of instruction. In initial context can be after a topic or a material, for example, narrative text, can be taught, for example, for let's say 3 teaching hours or 4 teaching hours. See? And then the main purpose is to measure students, what the student have learned and achieved at the end of a unit or course or program. So what I mean by the end of a unit, so a unit of narrative text, for example, descriptive text, etc. And assessment of learning is considered as a summative assessment. And the instrument we can use achievement tests, standardized tests, examination, project, essay, and portfolio. This is important, I think, portfolio, because nowadays in our school we tend to use portfolio to give, because we consider the differences between the students, the differences among the students. So the product later will be different from one student to the other students. I think you know the term differentiated instruction, differentiated learning. In differentiated learning, you can have a difference in the product, in the process, in the in the materials, and also in the environment. So how we will cater the differences among the students in one class. Okay, the benefit of assessment of learning to evaluate student understanding, that is clear, I think. They help in creating academic record. So usually when you have assessment, you have the record, see, you have the score, and then you put in a record, put in the note, or in our case we call it buku rapport later, and then it boosts confidence of learners. So if the students or the learners knows what they have achieved, I think it can boost the confidence of learners. It provides evaluation of instructional design. This is in the larger scope. It provides evaluation of instructional designs. Later, perhaps the teachers or the course designers can use the results of assessment of learning to modify or to change the instructional design. They determine achievement, of course, provides opportunity to develop a learning environment. So from the results of the assessment, we can improve or modify the learning environments, help in identifying weak areas if in some part of the subtopic, in the subtopic the student scores are lower, for example, than the other subtopic, then we can see that the weaknesses is in that area. See, and measure educator performance. This is refers to the teacher. See, so assessment of learning to some extent can also assess or measure the performance of the teachers. Assessment for learning. Now this is the SWIFT. See, so usually we only focus on assessment of learning, only see the product. Now we shift to see the process. So this is assessment for learning. Usually we call it formative or diagnostic assessment. So this is focused on the process oriented. See? So assessment throughout the teaching and learning process to provide ongoing feedback that helps guide instruction and improve learning outcomes. So I think in practice, in school, we can give a post-test, we can give pre-test first to the students, see? So from the pre-test, usually the teacher will know, or perhaps the student will know also, which part or which subtopic they don't understand, see? From the result of the pre-test, of course, see? So pre-test is some kind of a diagnostic test. So in terms of the material. Assessment for learning is also support students in their learning journey and help them achieve learning objective. So from the assessment for learning, students will know their weaknesses and their strengths, and then they will try to correct or try to improve, try to correct their weaknesses to become strengths. So in their learning, see? The ultimate purpose is to create self-regulated learners who are able and confident to continue learning throughout their life. So actually, the purpose of assessment for learning is one of the way, to some extent, they can continue learning throughout their life, not only at school at the time. So if they are trained, practice during the school year, later, after the school, they will continue learning. In this case, to find out the student weaknesses or strengths, you can use survey, questioning, observation, conversation, discussion, quizzes, test, project, journal, and learning log. So this is just a list, see? I think in practice, later, the teachers can choose which one is convenient for the teachers and also convenient for the student, of course, see? You should remember that our focus today at school is the student-centered, see? You don't only think about the teacher, see? You should focus on the student, see? Okay. Okay, sorry, it's a technical problem. Online participant, can you hear my voice? Yeah, okay. I can see from the chat, see you have problem with the voice.
Halo.
Hello, checking sound. See, can you hear my voice?
This one is more better, sir.
Yes. Can I continue? Yeah, okay, thank you. So back to the instrument use. So depending on the teachers and which one is more convenient for the teachers, more practical actually, more practical for the teachers and also for the students. See? So that will answer the question from one of the students in the Professor's Dahlia Janan presentation, whether we can use all of the 3 assessments in one classroom session or not. See? Okay, next, the benefit of assessment for learning. You can read it by yourself, I think, but I will focus on, let me read it. Helps students know how to improve. Yeah, so when the students got the information that they have weaknesses in certain aspect, actually the teachers should also tell the student how they can correct their weaknesses, see, how they can improve. See? So that is the job of the teacher. See? Recognize all education achievement, okay. Develop capability for self and peer assessment. Sorry, yeah. So I think to some extent there's an overlap between assessment for learning and assessment as learning. See, so I think that's okay. See, later perhaps from Prof. Dahlia Jana presentation, assessment as learning focus on self and peer assessment, but in my slide here, peer assessment and self-assessment can also find out the student's weaknesses and the student's strength. See? Focuses on how students learn. Actually, this is also overlap with assessment as learning, I believe. Foster motivation, promote understanding of goal and criteria. So in general terms, I think assessment for learning, what we understand is that assessment for learning is only focused on find out the weaknesses and the strength of the students. But here, I think it can also overlap with the purposes of assessment as learning. Okay, now this is the last topic, assessment as learning. See? Emphasizing the involvement of the student in assessment process, encouraging them to be active participant in their own learning. So assessment as learning, focusing on the students, but of course we cannot ignore also the role of the teacher later. See, so especially in high school, I think the teacher also should tell the students this is the result of your the result of your assessment and how can you use the result. So that is the role of the teachers to tell the students. See. Assessment as a tool for self-regulation, reflection, and metacognition, as students are encouraged to monitor their understanding, set goals, and evaluate their progress. So perhaps the focus is here on self-regulation and reflection and metacognition. Metacognition means how you plan, how you implement, how you monitor, how you evaluate, and how you change the way you learn. See? So cognition refers to the process of brain, and meta here means the process. See? How you process your brain here, how you learn, the process of learning. See? The ultimate goal is for students to acquire the skill and habit of mind to be metacognitively aware with increasing independence. So the ultimate goal, I think, how to use your brain, how to process your brain so that you can learn, and also to increase your independence. So self-independence, self-learning independence. Okay? So here I terms that assessment as learning as metacognitive assessment. Now what we use in the classroom, usually teacher will use self-assessment, self-reflection, peer assessment too. See? Actually, I have a video later to show you, but this is not a perfect video, but just to show you how to use that in the real classroom practice. See? But I don't know whether we have time for that or not. See? And also you can use mind mapping, checklist, reflective journal, learning log, or portfolio. Okay, let's continue. Sorry. What's up? Okay, the benefits of assessment as learning help students to actively create their own understanding, foster student metacognitive and independent skills. So this is the main purposes, I think, metacognitive and independent skill. It creates a safe environment for students to take initiative in learning. It supports students to achieve new goals and deep learning. It guides teachers to focus on development of independent learners. So this is all. So in assessment as learning, the teachers also have the role here to develop the independent learners. So most articles, most books I have read, they say assessment of learning, assessment as learning is only focus. Yeah, it's focused on the students, but you cannot ignore the roles, the role of the teacher too. See, to improve the students' metacognitive and also independent skill. Okay, so this is the summary. I think you can read it by yourself later. So assessment of learning is summative and performance-based. So based on the product, see, assessment judges the results. So this is the traditional assessment. So mostly when I was in high school, that is 10 or 20, 13 years ago, I think. So I've been lecturer for more than 30 years. So we focus on the product, see? So assessment only focus on the product, how well you can do on the test, on the final test. So that will be your grade later, see? Whether you pass, whether you fail, whether you go to the next level of next grade, for example, etc. See? Now we shift to assessment for learning and assessment as learning. See? So here the main point is that assessment for learning provide immediate feedback to the learners. So actually the main point of assessment of learning is to provide the feedback for the learners. Which part, what are their weaknesses and what are their strengths. So you can, for the weaknesses, you should correct it, or you should find a way to improve. And then for the strength, how you maintain that strength. See? If not, you can improve that too. See, assessment as learning actually focus on developing the metacognition of the student. Metacognition means how the students design or arrange, how the student use their brain, the cognitive domain in learning. Okay, next here you have many points here but perhaps I can only focus on certain aspect here. The differences. So you can see you can compare the differences for assessment for learning, assessment as learning. Those are the continuous process. Continuous process. So continuous process means that happens in the classroom session. Continuous process. See? Usually, assessment of learning happens at the end of the classroom session or at the end of a certain topic. But for assessment for learning and as learning, this is a continuous process from the beginning until the end of the classroom session. Okay, next. What should I say? I prefer we have more time in question answer session. Okay, this is the reflective question. Actually, most of the question I think have been asked by the students in the previous session. But just to repeat, how can I ensure quality in the assessment process? That has been asked by whom? About the quality. And then Prof. Dahlia Janan answered that you should consider the validity and reliability of your assessment instrument. Right? But later we can in the discussion session we can elaborate more. See, if you like. See? How can I involve students in understanding and using assessment data to set goals and improve their learning? Okay. To me, all the three assessments, there should be teachers. There should be teachers. You cannot just leave, for example, assessment as learning, just leave it to the students. No, see, there should be the role of the teacher. Now here, the role of the teacher is to explain and to find a way for the students to understand and using the assessment data, see, to improve their learning. How do teacher and learners' roles change when learners take ownership of their learning? Now, as we have explained before, that assessment as learning, the student will be independent in learning. Now, how that independence can change the role of the teacher and the students? Does it mean then in the classroom the teachers do nothing? Just let the students study by themselves or what? See? Is it necessary for a teacher to utilize all three types of assessment in a single classroom session? And actually, that has been asked by Andini, I think. And then I think you have understand or known the answer from Prof. Dahlia Janan. See? But this is just the effective question. You can ask this. We can elaborate the answer to this question in the discussion session later. See? Okay, this is the references I use. Now this here you have the video. This is the video of the material, I think. 5 minutes, more than 5 minutes, and then the video of the teaching in the classroom. This is more than 9 minutes, and then the last one, sorry, this last one is about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. The last one is more than 28 minutes. See? But I don't know if we have time to watch the video or not. See, this is not my own video. See, I took it from the YouTube. See, just I select, and then find, just to give example of the use of the 3 types of assessment in the classroom. See, by the teacher. This is all YouTube from the made by the high school teachers. See. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ismail Petrus, for your wonderful ideas sharing. Now, we would like to go to the question and answer session. For those who have question, maybe you can raise your hand and we will hand the microphone to you. And for those who are in Zoom room, you can raise your hand through the reactions icon or write your question on the chat box. We open for 2 questions for this first round. From this room. Yeah, from this room? Anybody? Yes, I think the girl on the corner with the black veil would like to ask a question. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Stand up, please.
Good afternoon, Sir Petrus. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Melanium. I would like to ask about the assessment actually. As we know that in one of classroom, we as a teacher had to deal with some characteristic of the student, like the cultural background and also the multilingual diversity of their language. So my question is, what are the key considerations that we can use in order to developing the equitable language assessment for individual like that? Thank you, sir.
Next question from this side. Anybody? Okay, while waiting for the questions, I think Pak Ismail Petrus could respond to the questions.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Perhaps later, after my response, Prof. Daria Janan can also give her response or opinion about that. See? Okay, I think the answer to your question is differentiated learning, differentiated instruction. See? So what is differentiated instruction? Usually in the one classroom, in the one class, there are mixed, let's say mixed ability students. See, you don't have the luxury to have a homogeneous student. See, but in courses, I mean in informal courses, I think you have the luxury. You can have a homogeneous student. See, but in our high school, public high school, you cannot have the luxury to have homogeneous students. See? So you have a mix mixed ability, okay, mixed learning style, mixed culture, mixed culture. So you have all mixed, not homogeneous. You have, let's say, heterogeneous student. See, now that's the solution to that is that differentiated learning, differentiated instruction. So let's say in terms of learning style. So first you should find out the learning style of the student. For example, according to the theory, we focus on visual students, auditory students, and then kinesthetic students. Now usually you have I think you have the questionnaire online. I think you can use that, find it out from the Google, and then you give the questionnaire. From the result of the questionnaire, you can categorize the student. Oh, this student is auditory in terms of learning style. This student is kinesthetic. This student is visual. See, now if you have already got that results, then you can categorize. You can divide the students in 3 groups. In 3 groups. See, so the groups of auditory students, the group of kinesthetic students, the group of visual students. Now, in teaching and learning, you teach them at the same time. See? So, for example, for auditory student, for the material, you give the audio. Still in the same classroom. See? So it's, well, if you have the luxury to have 3 different classrooms, that's okay. See? But usually in our high school, in the school, you don't have that kind of luxury for that. See? So this is auditory student, let's say in one group, they just separated by the space, see? So that one is visual student, this one is kinetic student. So each group of students, you give different material. For auditory student, of course, you give them tape, for example. For visual student, you give them video. For kinesthetic student, you give the material, for example, so that they can move. Okay? So at the same time, see, simultaneously. So you don't teach them at the different times, see? And then later, the product, for example, for narrative text, the product is that they should write a narrative text. The product can be different. For auditory students, the product should be the tape, for example. So they will narrate the result of their writing, for example, but narrative. See? So the product will be in terms of the tape, the tape recorder, and the tape records, sorry. And then for visual students, perhaps the product can be video, can be pictures, a series of pictures for narrative, see? And then for kinesthetic students, the product can be what? Written text, for example. Or you have what is the term? Infographics, for example, see? So there's a different process, different materials, different product, and different environment. So that is the concept of differentiated instruction. In the Google I search, they call it instruction, but perhaps I can extend it differentiated learning, see, for example, see. So that is in one differentiated in terms of environments. If you have the facilities, if you have luxury, then you can ask the student to move to different rooms, see. Of course, in that case, you should have what we call it, co-teachers. Co-teacher to help you, see. You will be only in one room, and then the other 2 teachers in the other room. If you have differentiated environment. Okay, so that is the concept. So what is the role of the teacher? The teacher should prepare everything. In the classroom, perhaps you can see the teacher is very, what we call it, nothing to do, but actually the preparation before the class is too much, I think. The preparation, you should prepare the material, you should prepare the process, you should prepare the product, etc. See? So that is my answer. See? Prof. Daria Janan, you want to add something, please?
Just now the question was how to facilitate different types of student and fair in terms of assessment. Is that the question just now? Was it?
Yep. Okay. Yes, Prof. Daria.
Yeah, is it having different types of students or different types of achievement in the classrooms, and how are we going to conduct an assessment which is to be fair to all. Yes, I agree with Dr. Ismail just now, by having many groups, in terms of teaching in the classroom. But in terms of giving assessment, because assessment is that we want those group in the class, regardless because instruction and assessment is two different things. Instructions, that the teaching and learning process, we are going to give them the maximum, so that they will arrive at the same point to understand, or not to understand, to acquire, to master the syllabus that the whole class is learning. So assessment is we assess all the students when they arrive, or because they will arrive differently. That's why we will have a different different marks by different students. So we have to, in the question of how to facilitate different students in the class, teaching and learning, yes, we are going to have a teaching and learning that like Dr. Ismail just explained just now. But in terms of assessment, we have to assessment fairly, so all the students have to take the same exam. Even though if they are from whether they are student, kinesthetic student, or whatever types of student, but in terms of assessment, is that how far they already understand, or they have master the syllabus. Like I gave example just now, having plural and plural and singular, teaching grammar in English. So at the end, regardless the achievement of the student, whether they are slower or they are more advanced student, the exam will be the same. We are helping them before the exam, the teaching and learning part. But at the end, the exam will be same. What assessment personal, I have in my presentation just now, I have shared regarding personalized and adaptive assessment. Personalized does not mean that at the end of the day we are not testing the same thing to all the students. So personalized also means that like Dr. Ismail said just now, that we are trying to cater, like some student personalize, some student might have difficulty of reading question because of they have colorblind, because of they are having some student they cannot read, there's a pink ray, blue ray, and some student they have to read by having blue ray or pink ray. I mean, a sheet, a plastic sheet on the paper because they cannot read. Because this is what we call personalized according to their needs. But that does not mean that at the end of the day, the syllabus should be covered, the syllabus that should be learned, the testing is different. So because this, I mean, this area, we have to be careful here. Although we want to cater their differences, but at the same time, we are going to give marks or their achievement is how they have mastered the syllabus that we want them to master. So thank you to Dr. Ismail that have emphasized on that the teaching and learning part is very important, that by like having them with different product, different, I mean, different instruction in a different group. So that is my answer, my answer to the, I mean, or any of the lecturer have any other opinion, or Dr. Ismail want to continue?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Janan, for the response. So I could say that when we have the instructions for our classroom in the students with different learning styles, so we have to mediate these things to help the students with different products or different approaches to the students. But when we come to the assessment itself, means that we need to have a standardized assessment, a standardized test to really assess the students regardless their learning styles, isn't it, Professor Dahlia Janan?
Yes, yes, yes. That is the, I mean, that is the way. I don't know whether there will be a research later say that we will have different assessment, because but in what I have involved with IG, I'm involved in doing books for IGCSE and involved doing exams, question for IB Baccalaureate, international body, and in Malaysia as well for Malaysian exam body. So my experience, my experience is that all the candidates will have to go through the same question. It's not that I mean, less fortunate candidate this question will be rephrased for them. No. So this is what we help them during the instruction. So at the end, in the exam hall, they have to have the same question.
Yeah, I got your point, Dr. Janan. So maybe because we haven't found any research on this, it's going to be the best chance for us, Dr. Ismail Petrus, and also maybe Dr. Dahlia Janan to do a joint research later in the future for this term.
Can I add something?
Okay, Pak.
I have a bit different opinion from you, Prof. Dahlia Jana. The term is, the keyword is portfolio. See? Portfolio. The portfolio for each student will be different. See? So if we let's say we grade the students in evaluation, for example, we grade the student based on portfolio, then you will have, let's say you will have different kind of assessment. See? So for each student there will be different. See? So in portfolio can be anything. See? Even when they, let's say, there's an extreme opinion, Prof. Dahlia Janan. For example, in speaking, when I teach speaking, and then one of my students, for example, has won, let's say, has won speech contest outside the school. Is it still necessary for me to test the speaking of the student? Because the student has won the, let's say he or she got the first prize or speech contest. Is it enough just to take the speech contest results as his or her grade in the report card? See, now that is the concept of portfolio. See, so I don't know. See, in Indonesia, we have that kind of opinion. See, so not all the students in high school, yeah, except of course when you have an entry test, for example, there will be the same for all the participants of the entry test. See? But in high school, there is an opinion, there's a shift that the test can be different. See, but the topic or the method tested the same. See, but the test can be different based on the student differences there. See, I use the term portfolio. See, because portfolio for each student will be different. See, so what do you think, Prof. Dahlia Janan?
That's great, because in our country, we also have portfolio for students. In like they are for the national exam. Apart from having, exam in the hall, they have assignment as well. They said the whole country will take. Even though we are saying assessment on portfolio, the task will be the same. This is not by having a difference, because as I said, if you are having portfolio, okay, students are preparing portfolio. If it's a science portfolio or it's a language portfolio, so the portfolio, the task will be the same. The rubric will be the same. This is what I'm saying is that the assessment will be the same. So it's not personalized by a person. So if you say a portfolio, I don't know whether in your portfolio you have like different student have a different question. So in our exam that I have involved in terms of the preparing the portfolio, so the portfolio will have all the rubrics or what are we testing in the portfolio. So are we testing how the process? Sometimes in the portfolio, normally we are doing the process, how they process and they get the product. So that in terms of how some of the student, higher achiever, they will prepare it differently from a lower achiever. So, but then a portfolio is also because we call it portfolio, isn't it? So it is what we call how the student themselves involving and revolving in their work. So I don't know that I don't know any. This is the first time I come about that portfolio. Is a person. It is as a person, each person, but a portfolio still have a task. So how they go about doing the task. So portfolio is process based. Is sometimes in assessment we have process based, we have content based, or we have so many based. So in terms of portfolio, we are testing the process. So whether it's a personalized, because if you say that exam in exam hall is not personalized, I don't think so. It's personalized because that particular candidates write their own answer. So if we say that if it's not personalized, it should be a peer group assessment. So a portfolio, if it's a group assessment of a portfolio or personal, assessment, we have to see what types of assessment is we are talking about. So if a portfolio for a person, one person, is we are testing the process of that particular, candidates arrive to to come up with the product that we want of that particular portfolio. The same as that candidate sitting in the exam hall trying to finish answering the question in the exam hall. So I see either you are or either you using exam hall. It's just we have to see what base the assessment for. Is it a process based or the content based? Is it as a peer group or as a one person doing the research? Yeah. So that's it is a good way of looking. Maybe perhaps portfolio can be as a personalized assessment. It can be as well. Yeah, it can. It's just that I have one one thing that I would like to share, Dr. Ismail. Just now I was sharing with you the pyramid. So the pyramid of traditional and the regenerated assessment. So this is the things that I'm interested, whether with Dr. Ismail or any researcher from Sriwijaya. So if we can see how assessment shift in Indonesia and assessment shift in Malaysia, it's not about the shift that I want to see. It's that the sharing of knowledge, how we go about doing the assessment because of the shift. So I want to learn actually. So if you are now having assessment for learning or as learning, so how do you go about? Because in Malaysia, we are still learning how to go about, because we are just not just starting. We have started the school base, and now we are classroom base. But what type of it is? So I'm very much would like to have research together with Dr. Ismail or any researcher from Sriwijaya. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Janan. So, do you have something to share, Pak Ismail Petrus, regarding the questions?
Yeah. But the question, I think, the SWIFT is similar, same. See, so nowadays our curriculum, high school curriculum, focus on as learning, the big part, and then for learning and of learning. I think still the same. See, but because the stress is still, I think in the last 3 years, see, so we cannot see the results yet. See, so we still find the shape, we still find the form, how to do, how to stress, how to emphasize on the assessment as learning and for learning. See, so it's still ongoing, Prof. Dahlia Jaman. See, but it is interesting if we can do research on that. See, so we should go to school. See, because this is the policy of our Minister of Education. The new curriculum should focus on assessment for learning and as learning. Of course, not ignore the assessment of learning, see, but the focus later, the SWIFT should be mostly on assessment for learning as learning. But because it's still new, let's say, it's still new, although the theory is old, I think, but it's still new in practice. So I think in the last 3 years, see, we practice that, see, but we still try to find the form, how to do it optimally. See, that is my answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petrus. And let's move on to the next question. Do we have question from this room? If you have, you can raise your hand. Or for participants from Zoom, if you have question, you can just raise your hand, and maybe you can also type your questions on the chat box. Yeah, actually, Pak Ismail, I also feel like I have a question for you regarding to the assessment as and also for learning. As I have mentioned previously that I am the one who experienced the assessment of learning because I finished my high school in 2003, and so that I experienced the assessment of learning a lot compared to the students who are here, I think. Yeah, because when I was in senior high school, we had UN, Ujian Nasional or National Assessment for the students who would like to graduate from senior high school. And then I had also SNMPTN, if I'm not mistaken, seleksi masuk, seleksi nasional masuk perguruan tinggi negeri. And I felt, at that time, I felt so really stressful enough to do those kinds of things. And I think my question is, do you think those kinds of assessments of learning or assessment as learning, assessment for learning, also have any influences to the students' emotional and also psychological side for it? So how does a teacher, we as a teacher, try to use this kind of things to help our students?
Okay, thank you. Very good question. So let me think a bit. Actually, depending on the purpose of the test or assessment. So in your time, not to mention my time, when I was in high school, so well, depend on the government policy too, because the government made the curriculum, so depending on the government policies. So just to be logical, just to think, when you do assessment, you focus on the end product of the study or what? If your focus is only on the end product, then you use assessment of learning. But nowadays, there's a change in paradigm that assessment is not only used to evaluate the student, to assess the end product, but also assessment can also be used to help the students learning. Okay, so that is depending on the purpose. So if you still let's say, if you still pro the old paradigm, then you will use assessment of learning. But nowadays, if you pro the new paradigm, then assessment is not only to see the end product. Assessment also to see the process, how the student learn, and also how the student can be independent learners, how the students use their metacognition. So that's my answer. So depending on the purpose. But in Indonesia, I think because the government make the curriculum, and also, let's say, to some extent, the teachers or the school are forced to use that curriculum to follow that policy, then I think as a teacher you are not free to use your old paradigm. See, you should also follow the government policy. See, so that's why in PPG is what the teacher certification program. We also teach this kind of assessment. See, you have assessment of learning as learning for learning. See, so it means that the teachers are forced to use that. See, and then of course the question is, I think in practice at school, in the classroom, what instrument should you use in assessment of let's say assessment of learning? I think there's no problem, you use just test. What instrument can you use for assessment for learning and assessment as learning? Now I think we are still new, because we are still new. The teachers and to some extent the government still try to stick the appropriate instrument to use. See? Because you should consider, beside the validity and reliability of the instrument you use, you should also consider the practicality, whether it is practical to use in the classroom. See, because remember, the teaching hours in high school for English I think is limited. See, because for example in junior high school you have only 2 teaching hours, 2 times 45 minutes. Some school even 40 minutes, even in certain situations can be 35 minutes. In senior high school, 45 minutes to 50 minutes per teaching hour. See, so the teaching hours I think are limited. See, so how to find a practical, let's say, practical and convenience instrument to use for assessment of learning and assessment for learning. See? Okay, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Petrus. We still have 1 minute to go if you have question from this room or from Zoom. If no one would like to question, I think we can just conclude our second sessions of Stadium General today. To sum up a little bit, I think the trend of assessment now, it's not only about of learning, but we as a teachers need to be aware of how to conduct assessment for learning and also assessment as learning in a classroom, so we can help our students better and to help our students for having a better education for their lifelong learning. Okay. That's all for our second sessions of Stadium General today. So ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause for Dr. Ismail Petrus for his wonderful ideas and insights about this assessment in our classroom practice. And thank you also for all participants, Zoom and also in this room, for your active participations until the end of the sessions. And I'd like to give the floor back to Ibu Novalingga. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much to Ibu Tita, who has already led the Stadium General today, and thank you so much for our wonderful speakers, Professor Madia Dahlia Janan, and also Dr. Ismail Petrus MA. Hopefully all of the students and also participants and our lecturers learned a lot today from the materials that have already been discussed and also shared. All right, to close this Stadium General, let us all say Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirabbil Alamin. Thank you so much for your participations and also attendance in our Stadium General. We're going to see you again in the next Stadium General. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.